Hello, dear viewers. I'm GM Samuel Tersekian, and today we will try to cover Menorca Open round 4, and not only. So yes, this is the first time I'm trying to stream. So please don't criticize much. So 3 rounds are gone, and we are having some players already with 3 points out of 3 rounds. Yes, Kirill Alexyenko is having 3 points. Sebastian Iermito, if I'm not mistaken, earlier he was presenting Argentina, but seems now he switched to Italy. Yes, Daniel Darda from Belgium. He won a very nice game yesterday. I guess against Polish player, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we are having interesting games. Yes, Arjun Erigaisi managed to win with the black pieces against a low-rated player. If I'm not mistaken, from China, rated 1900, but Arjun's opponent had 2 points out of 2 rounds, and Arjun made a draw in round 2 against I checked the game, but right now, so it was whom did Arjun Erigaisi play? Second round. It was some Nimzo with f3. Okay, let me just see. Are we live already? Yes, I assume and I hope that with the voice it's fine, and with cameras as well. If you see any issues, if you hear, please let me know in chat. So let's see what are we having. So very first game, first board. Yes, Sebastian started with knight f3, d5, g3, b6. Yes, possible option. I myself played a couple of times. So usually here I prefer going g6 and let's say bishop g2, bishop g7 with the ideas to go e5. White has options of going short castle and allowing e5, and also d4 stopping e5. Yes, I played few times this line with g6. Yes, also some other options are possible. Knight f6, e6, transposing to some Catalan after bishop g2, short castle d4, c4. Yes. So Kirill went b6. Yes, possible move. The idea is being, as I know, bishop b7, knight f6, e6, bishop e7. Yes, c4 and d takes c, knight a3, bishop b7, knight takes c4. Yes, I'm expecting knight f6 and then e6 and bishop e7. Maybe it makes some sense to start and include c7, c5 to fight for the center. But I don't think like if white even gets d2, d4, it's something very much for white. Yes, I'm expecting Kirill to play knight f6, and let me just also open chess results to see the standings and Spain and Menorca. Will we find, let's go to this. I think today players are going to have a double round. So this is early morning round. I assume in Menorca in Spain it's 10 a.m. morning. And then players will have another round today, late afternoon, I assume. And then, of course, maybe close to evening, they will have also Blitz tournament. So we see the starting list of players. Arjun Erigaisi is playing with the rating 2756. Nihal Sarin, Vladimir Fedosiev, Hans Niemann, Jordan Van Forest, Aravind, Kirill, Pichot, good friend of mine. Maybe I'm pronouncing his surname not very precisely. Maxime Lagarde, Max Varmerdam, Volodar Murzin, Aryan Chopra, Daniel Darda, Maxim Chigaev, Kartik Venkataraman, Yufa, Albornoz, Pranav V, Idani Puya, Jumabayev, Rinat, Kurkulus, Arditis, Sanalva, Alonso. So many like strong players, including like the top, like Arjun is number definitely in top 10, and if I'm not mistaken, after his tournament in Grenke, where he scored 7.5 points out of 9, he definitely increased some elo points, and maybe FIDE didn't count that tournament because it's ended I think end of March or maybe beginning of April. I'm not sure. So Arjun is definitely having even maybe more rating points than now we see. Yes, I played, I can say that I played classical and not only classical rapid blitz games with Arjun, with Nihal, with Fedosiev, with Hans, with Jordan, with Aravind, with Kirill. I don't exactly remember. With Alan, we played some blitz tournament, blitz games with during World Blitz tournament. Also, we played Champions Chess Tour match. So with Maxim, I also played a few classical games. The same with Max Warmerdam. I don't think I played ever over the board games with Volodar Murzin. Of course, very, very strong and very young. He's maybe 17, 18 years old. I think in 2023 he came second behind Grebnev. It was World Youth Under 18 Championship, if I'm not mistaken. Aryan Chopra I played few times. Daniel Darda, I don't think we played. So with Maxim, I played recently. Game ended in a draw. With Kartik, I know him. We played some games. So with, I can say, almost all of them I played. So we saw the list of players, and here we are. And e6, yes, knight d7 was played by Kirill. Yes, I was thinking about knight f6, but Kirill went knight d7, bishop g2, and e6, and after short castle, bishop e7. So it's really interesting why he doesn't. First thing that he didn't play any c5 because to fight for the center, he probably thought that he doesn't need to stop d4, and also with c5 you're not really stopping d4. And also I'm not sure why he decided this move order with going with bishop to e7, knight d7, not completing development with knight f6. Yes, I'm expecting knight f6 to see on board. Just a few seconds, let me see, do we have any issues, anything? Yes, so far it's... Yes, so far nothing. Yes, and yes, knight f6 should be played. Let's just go and see what are we having here in Marcin. Most likely I'm pronouncing not correctly. Krzyżanowski. So e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, e6. Yes, many other options are possible, including g6, including d6, e5, and e6, of course. So e6, here the point is being, if short castle, then knight e7 is the idea. And then a6, trying to take back on c6 with the knight. Yes, bishop takes c6, b takes c, d3. Knight e7 plays Daniel with the ideas to come knight g6, knight bd2, queen c7, queen e2. The very obvious question is why e5 move is not possible. Here Black likes going e5 and then d6 and then, if possible, knight g6. And White mainly here tries to get this e5 and stop any, let's say, e5 or d6 ideas. Yes, still, yes, Ido Gorstein from Israel plays against Mamedov Edgar from Kazakhstan. So let's see the opening. Knight c3, e3. Yes, very interesting move. a6, never seen, honestly. So b3, e6, bishop b2, d5, takes d4, takes bishop d6, bishop e2, short castle, and I'm expecting White to play short castle because sooner or later we need to castle short side, and I think this is the best time for us to go for short castle. What are we having? We are having Klimkovsky Jan playing against Lube. Yes, once again I apologize if some surnames I'm pronouncing not precisely. Yes, d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c4, e6, e3. Yes, here with the g3 we go to Catalan, and with knight c3 to the main positions of nowadays. Yes, e3, bishop e7, b3, bishop d3. Black chooses b6 and bishop b7, c5, bishop b2, c takes d, knight c6, rook c1, rook c8, rook queen e2, and rook ft1. Yes, I would consider here playing bishop f8 with g6, bishop g7 ideas. As whenever knight before there is bishop b1. Okay, not much is happening. And we are having Arjun Erigaisi against Vogel. If I'm not mistaken, they played each other in Grenke chess. If I'm not mistaken. So we are having Rui Lopez, b5, bishop b3, short castle. Arjun goes h3. Yes, many moves are possible. c3, h3, d3, d4, a4, not a5, a4. Yes, h3. The point is after d6 we are going to c3 and transposing to the very old main classical lines. So white doesn't start with c3 because c3 allows d5, and this is so-called Marshall. Yes, h3, bishop b7, d3, d6 by Vogel, a3, knight goes to b8, knight d2, knight d7, knight f1, rook e8. Yes. Let's see. So Lamar is playing Nihal, and we are having some Catalan. Bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7, bishop g2, c6. Yes, here yes, c6 is possible, knight bd7 as well, a short castle also. So c6, queen c2, knight bd7, short castle, short castle. Yes, I assume the point for black to delay short castle is just not let white to hope for any h-pawn advance, like, you know, h4 with the rook on h1, king on e1, and then some knight g5 ideas, which has been played many times by Dubov and earlier, or maybe at the same time, also by Boris Gelfand. Yes, bishop f4, and here b6 is one of the main moves. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I had a game against Kirill Alexeyenko recently. I played b6 against Roman Kezin. Yes, b6 is possible move. a5, h4. Nihal goes h6, knight bd2. White is hoping for some e4 ideas. Of course, main point of developing knight on d2 is to go e4. White doesn't develop knight on c3 because always d takes c4 ideas can be possible. So e4 is the idea. Yes, knight h4 stopping. Yes, attacking the bishop, and of course stopping e4, and here e3. So the point is being, if you take now or later, white is definitely going to take with the e pawn, and later on moving the rook to e1, or maybe even d1. The other rook comes to c1, and you know, some ideas are possible. With f5 white can push. I have seen ideas in similar position, like bishop f1, bishop d3. Yes, and in my mentioned game in 2024 against Gezin, at some point I took on a4. My opponent took with the e-pawn back, and already at that time I had my pawn on b6, bishop on b7. So, and my opponent took on d5, and I decided to take with the e-pawn, because I remembered some games of Anish Giri where Anish was white, and after c takes d, he just exploited the idea of bishop f1, bishop d3, just bringing light squared bishop into this diagonal. Yes, Jordan Van Forest is playing against. Jordan is black. He's playing against. Yes, so we know him. He's quite famous commentator. Pepe Cuenca. So d4, d5, bishop f4, c5. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Jordan Van Forest has course, chessable course, where he recommends against bishop f4, c5 move. And the point is being that why very often some players go for this London type of positions with including knight f3 and knight f6, because sometimes when black still has knight on g8, it's possible for black to develop knight on e7. Takes knight c6, knight f3, bishop f5, and of course here Pepe Cuenca. I think it should be him. Yes, if white is playing for like the very standard London type of structure position with c3, knight bd2, then black has this idea of e6, knight e7, knight g6, and then maybe bishop d6 even. So, but of course c4, and black does not have time for any e6, knight e7, knight f6, c5, and g6, with the ideas to go bishop g7 probably, and then knight e4. Yes, Momchil Petkov is playing against Aravind. Just let me again check, do we have any technical issues or not. Do we have any technical? Yes, it was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, knight c3. Yes, here some moves are possible. Short castle, d3, d4, knight c3. Aravind goes knight c3 and d6. I think here the strongest, one of the strongest options for black is to go b5. I think also you can go bishop c5. Yes, d6, bishop takes d4. Yes, I played Aravind recently in 2023 December during El Llobregat Open, and I can say that he plays all different first move, and he was again well prepared against me, and somehow I managed to neutralize some pressure that Aravind had out of the opening, and game ended in a draw. I can say that recently, just maybe a few days before the start of this tournament, Aravind won another tournament in Spain. Yes, 97 d takes c, and somehow I already like White's position. Of course, it shouldn't be very much for White, but you know, you are already having some isolated pawns, some targets, weaknesses, and what did you get for that? I don't see right now. Yes, doesn't matter. You can go 95. I will take it back and then trade the queens, and then just placing my knight somewhere on a4. Yes, now probably Momchil decides between d takes c and knight takes c. Okay, let's go to the start again. And what are we having? And of course, we expected knight f6, and knight f6 has been played by Kirill. Yes, and here like b3, bishop b2 moves are possible. Maybe you can develop your knight on your bishop, on f4 or g5, and Sebastian goes for some concrete knight e5. Of course, right now knight f7 is a tactical threat, and if king takes f7, knight g5 comes. So, but I'm almost sure that short castle move is possible. Knight e5 was played. Of course, here we don't even really consider taking with the d pawn. Just doubling our pawns and allowing opponent to trade the queens. So knight e5 takes, and short castle was played by Kirill. And what do we expect here? Maybe some bishop move, because you don't have knight c6, queen d5. Check is coming. So I'm expecting some bishop f4, maybe even bishop g5, but queen d3 is an option to play. No, I don't like much knight e5. Let's just see what. So computer here suggests bishop e3. So knight e5, knight e5, knight e5, bishop g2, king takes g2, short castle. Yes, and computer likes already bishop f4. Yes, bishop f4. Okay. Yes, e5 was played by Daniel. And here I think we have, what do we have? We have d6, otherwise pawn is hanging. We are having knight g6. I don't like much f6, though it's possible with the idea to go d5 later on. Even d5 move is possible with the idea, if let's say you take, I just go f6. And it seems like your knight on e5 is trapped. Yes, it is. It is. And but of course d5 does not work, because it takes this, it takes d, and here. Yes, I thought, you know, I thought queen e5 refutes d5, but even here, you know, you take just and f6, and knight is trapped again on e5. So d5 is very much possible move, I can say. It does not make sense to go f6 and then d5, because if d5 is not hanging, then I'm almost sure that if knight g6, then we should really be careful of h4, h5 ideas. Yes. So d5, why not? Knight takes c5, f6. What do I plunder? Probably nothing. He takes, knight e5, then f6 comes, and knight is trapped. Okay, so I'm expecting d5 to see. Yes, and short castle was played, and here rook e8, now knight goes back, and bishop c7. Yes, bishop c7 with the ideas queen d6, bishop g4. So what should white do? You know, it does look very active for black. You know, okay, let's move. So let's just move. So this is very, you can get with the white pieces this type of positions through different move orders, and yes, many standard ideas are possible from both sides. Bishop f8, as I expected, knight f1. Yes, usually I remember here some knight e5 ideas, then f4. Yes, but you should be very careful with the knight e5 ideas. Always d takes c4 can be there, and d4 pawn is very weak and very soft. So this knight f1, g6, knight e3, bishop g7 and c5. So what should black? White is aiming for some a3, b4 ideas. So what should black do? Some knight e4 jumps are possible. You can of course take b takes c. I'm not really sure that white is going to take on c5 with the d pawn. You can of course, but now I'm afraid of some e5. What happens if I push e5? Yes, I'm thinking that the idea should be here to take with the rook. Because d takes c, what about e5? And you know, I'm threatening e4, I'm threatening d4. Yes, you have some ideas, including bishop b5 or bishop c4, but it does look very healthy for black. Let's see what computer likes. Computer recommends knight d7. So b takes c, yes, b takes c, d takes c is the idea, not rook takes. Because if rook takes, then knight e4 comes. So yes, and it's complicated where black does not have problems. So d takes c is the right move. E5, and here bishop b5 comes. And yes, so d4 does not really work because of knight c4 and then knight d6. Yes, I was honestly speaking afraid of e5, but seems after bishop b5 we just managed to stop and attack central pawns. Yes, Nihal. Yes, let's see how is Alan doing, and his opponent went for this line, Balakrishnan Pravan. He went for this line, which is which Arjun played more than maybe 10 15 times, even including against Magnus Carlsen during World Rapid or Blitz championships, also against my friend Robert Hovhannisyan, whom he played. So e5, knight d5, and the very strange thing that when you switch on engines and you try to go deep and analyze this line, you see that it shows already like 0.50, 60, and even maybe more. Yes, and he takes and he goes bishop f8. And but Arjun goes in his games, and he outplays his opponents very often. Yes, in this game, queen g4 was played by Alan, h5, queen g3, h4, queen g4. So Alan just developed the queen very actively. And the next move, I'm expecting bishop d3 to be played. Yes, somewhere here, Arjun always plays knight a6. Yes. Are we having any other interesting? Let's see. Yes, Maxime Lagarde with the black pieces. Yes, against honestly, I can say that I never seen white player, but very recently, maybe again a couple of days back, the tournament which Aravind won in Spain. Yes, the young Singapore player came second. Even maybe they shared first three places, and Aravind won the tournament, and Singapore player came second. So this is non-theoretical position. So this is advanced French with e5, c5, c3, knight e7. Wow. So usually we know that some queen b6, bishop d7, bishop b5 ideas are possible. Also knight c6, let's say knight f3, queen b6, where white is having a3 move, white is having bishop e2 move, and also recently white found that bishop d3, c takes d, and they can already go for short castle, just sacrificing pawn on d4. Yes, knight e7, knight f3, knight c6. So simply we transposed to. But as I know here, this is quite interesting. Yes, Arjun Erigaisi plays f6. Bishop d7 is also very much possible move. With the ideas again, knight e7 to play. Caruana played a few times. So knight e7, knight f3, knight c6, knight a3. Yes, the point of knight a3 obviously to come c2 and protect pawn chain. So knight f5, knight c2, queen a5. The point is being to take on d4 and not let white to take with the c pawn. So, but white takes on c5 himself. As you can see, bishop c5 move is not possible because of b4. So queen c5 move is very much possible. But black doesn't want to take with the queen, of course. I think after queen c5, I will simply play some bishop d3 move, and then always bishop f5 ideas are very unpleasant. And yes, white is going to castle short side. Yes, that's why queen c7 attacking the pawn on e5. And yes, bishop d3. And here black went taking on c5. Yes, of course, knight e5 doesn't look good. Not because of knight takes e5 or short castle, because after short castle at least you can take on d3. And if knight e5 just queen takes e5, I think bishop f5 is obvious move, which shows that black is having very ruined pawn structure. So bishop c5, that was the point. Black anyway wanted to take with the bishop c5, and with the queen on a5 it was not possible because of b4 ideas. That's why they went queen c7. So bishop f5 anyway comes, takes queen d5, queen b6 attacking the pawn on f2, short castle bishop e6, queen goes back to d3, rook d8, queen e2. Yes, a5 we can understand, stopping b4 ideas, and bishop e3 by Singapore player. Yes, queen b2 is not possible because of bishop c5. So yes, either black should castle short side, or black should take on e3, and white is up a pawn, and of course white cannot be worse. But black is having some compensation, and they. So after bishop e3, yes, white side offered the draw and black accepted. Wow. Yes, interesting result. So far we are having our first result. Yes, it was interesting to see how would they continue, but like bishop takes f5. Yes, knight f5, knight c2, queen b6, computer likes. Yes, very often black also takes on d4 and then goes some queen b6, knight b4 ideas. So queen a5, yes, computer doesn't like at all this move, and even it shows that already white is having advantage. Queen c7 and just b4, stopping bishop takes c5. And what's the point if I just take on e5? Just developing the bishop, pinning the knight, so knight f3 is more or less forced, because knight d3 you can even take, and then just I'm ahead in development with the white pieces. So takes, you will take with the queen, and again, despite you have probably better pawn structure, but you are so behind in development, no one cares about your yeah, about black's structure. So before, but probably I assume Lagarde, he knew, he had some ideas, and he went queen c7. So bishop d3 was played, bishop takes c5, and here bishop takes f5. So you see that computer doesn't like to take the pawn, and recommend some short castle ideas. Again, knight e5 is not possible because of simply bishop f5 and long e file. Black will face a lot of problems. So bishop f5 takes, queen takes d5 was played, and even b6. So queen b6, short castle, bishop e6, queen d3, queen e2, a5, and bishop e3. White is having some advantage according to the computers, and first glance also says the same, because like nothing concrete. White is a pawn up, but okay, players decided to take a draw, to accept offer. So what are we having? Yes, very young Kazakh player Nogerbek, who is very good not only in classical chess but also in blitz. I had opportunity to play him and he won that game. So Max Warmerdam, very strong Dutch player. e4, e5, knight f3, bishop b5, bishop f4, bishop e7, bishop takes c6. D takes c, d3. Of course, we know that d3 is also possible move, rook e1 as well. So bishop takes d3. If I'm not mistaken, rook e1 was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ding Duran in their World Championship match, maybe even the very first game. So d3, knight goes d7. Yes, bishop e3. Let's see the point of Max point. So short castle, knight c3. Yes, computer likes a5 for black. It's quite hard to understand why exactly in this position black needs a6, a5. So I also like very much rook e8, the move Nogerbek made. Yes, a4, a5. Maybe white wanted to. Some technical issues. I apologize. Let's go. Yes, a4, a5. White is aiming for a5, maybe. Again, it's not something significant. Maybe after a5, you are fixing this side, and then you can go to knight d2, knight c4, or maybe after a5 you can switch to d4 ideas. But again, it's not like something very, very big for white. Black is going a5, knight e2. Yes, computer likes going bishop f6 and then knight f8, knight g6 or knight e6. Knight g6 probably, bishop d6, no doubts, decent move, knight d2. Yes, white is hoping for some knight c4 and f4 idea. So knight f8 was played. So this reminds me some Berlin with anti-Berlin with d3, where white is taking on c6 and then they are maneuvering in a different ways. So knight c4, knight g6, and yes, here for example queen e1, attacking the pawn on a5, bishop b4, bishop d2, and the very obvious question why b6 is not possible. B6 is there, but I just take the bishop. Let's say, okay, if queen d6, f4, but what's the problem with c takes d? Because anyway you go f4. And my pawns are very little soft. Okay, b3 was played. Of Of course, very healthy move, just improving the position. Bishop e6. Maybe now black is also trying to trade these pieces. Yes, knight takes d6, c takes d6, and f4. Yes, engine prefers a little bit more d4, but as a human, I fully understand why Max went for f4. So f4 e takes f, knight takes f4 was played, and here, of course, white is the only white can hope for some small pressure. Yes, it's around equal position where white is trying to get some more pressure. Okay, what are we having? Let's go back to and queen a4 by Sebastian. Yes, honestly, I don't see any problems for black. Let's say I can start with c5. So what's wrong with c5? Okay, let's see what we did. So after knight c4, look, f6 is the strong. Why d5 is not working? Ah, d5 is actually there. Not? Wow. Yes, this is something which very hard to realize. So the point is being like you take e takes d, c takes d, you take on e5, f6, trapping the knight, and here just short castle. Yes, looks like I should take and knight e5, and somehow this is very unpleasant position for black. So white is having only 2 pawns for the knight, for the piece, but white is very active. So white already completed a huge part of his development, and like bishop f4 very soon will come. Queen h5 ideas are there. Rook is coming to e1, f rook or a rook. Yes, so maybe Darda knew, or he just felt that d5 isn't working. So knight g4, as we expected, h4 has been played. h5, stopping h5, of course. Bishop d2, and Daniel goes for f6, just reinforcing e5 pawn, and of course d5 is d5 will come next if white doesn't play anything against it. But we see that Daniel spent enough time, like he's behind on clock. Like, what are we having? Yes, nothing special after h3, bishop b7, d3. If I'm not mistaken, here d5 move is possible. Like e takes d, knight d5, knight d5, and some knight d4 maybe, if I'm not mistaken. And again, we are back to this position. How is Nihal doing? So Nihal played knight h5, e3. he went a4. Yes, a4 has different purposes. Like one of them is to open and free a5 square for the queen. So you would ask, like, but earlier also with the pawn on a7, a5 square was under black's control and queen could come to a5. But with the pawn on a4, queen is much better placed on a5. Yes, in some cases, in some positions, a4, a3 idea can be an option. That's why very often white goes himself a3, which makes c4 pawn less flexible, since b3 ideas will not be possible. Yes, and rook c1, decent move, no doubts, no questions. Knight b6 by Nihal. Yes, c4 pawn is well protected right now. Like any trade on c4 will give white some small pressure. Yes, and what can white do here? Yes, since you played e3, e4 does not make sense, because after knight f4, white is weakening the whole structure so much, it doesn't make any sense at all to go e4 anytime soon. Yes, standard ideas are to go bishop e5 and see, because with bishop e5, in some cases you may threaten any e4 ideas. So now rook fd1 is a decent move, rook e1 is a decent move. Don't like much pushing c5, because knight will come to d7 back. You can try knight e5, but you should always be careful of not allowing opponent to trap your bishop on f4 after possible g5 move. So it's a very, let's say, positional game. Yes, rook e1, rook d1. Of course, I don't like at all taking on d5. After he takes d, black won't have any issues at all. Okay, the move I like here for white, if I would be white, I would play, what would I play? Bishop e5? Makes some sense. Rook e1, rook d1, again, makes some sense. c5 I don't like, because knight d7 you kind of close your activity on queen side. And very often, for example, why here g5 ideas aren't working, because still center is not really closed. So usually white is taking and placing bishop on e5, and there you cannot really trap bishop on e5, because f6, probably queen g6, knight takes g5 comes. Yes, earlier I saw knight b6 idea. Whenever white doesn't have knight on d2, black is going some knight b6, kind of attacking the pawn and forcing some concrete decisions like c takes d or c5. But with the knight on d2, it looks a little bit weird to see knight b6. But if such a strong player like Nihal, after taking some time, he went for it, then it means he has some ideas. Yes, I'm recommending for Lamar. Probably I shouldn't pronounce the, but who knows? Again, maybe I'm my pronunciation is not precise. So once again, I apologize for that. So rook e1 or rook d1 is my guess. So what are we having? Do we have move for... Oh yes, Kirill went c5, knight c6, and some actions are happening here. So what would I do? Queen d7 looks decent. Queen d5 I don't like at all. I think queen d5 even may... Like, of course, here after f3, again, you are having problems with your bishop. But maybe even e4 poses enough problems. Like knight e4, there is knight e7, queen e4, f3, and queen is hanging. Rook e2, queen e2, there is rook f2. So was queen d7 played? Yes, Kirill went for queen d7, of course. Like here, knight e7 probably. Yes, because you know, if you don't take on e7, white can move the bishop to d6. Also, king maybe to h8, and you are with your knight on c6, you are kind of pinned. So that's why I'm expecting something like this, let's say, and here some move with the bishop to g5, or maybe even you can start taking with the d pawn. Yes, black can take with the queen. Also, b takes c should be enough for equality. I don't think black has any problems at all. Yes, let's see. Are we having... No, still white is taking his time. Does d takes c make sense? Yes, you can take with the d pawn. Because but let's say I take. What do you want? Like always rook c8 ideas are there. So probably you should play some rook d1. And let's say I go to queen b7. Yes, already you can be in some trouble because b5 is coming, rook c8 ideas are coming. So I think it's the right time for white to just play these pieces. Otherwise, you are going to have maybe some problems with your knight on c6. So maybe takes, and here you can maybe go d takes c. White can take, black can take on c5 with the pawn, with the queen. So after queen takes, I'm expecting bishop e3 to be played, and if queen d5, I will go f3. Of course, white does not have any problems. No, but wait, do we have some queen e5? Queen d4 is coming. So let's see what engine likes. Yes, engine recommends knight d7. Does d takes c work? Yeah, no, d takes c, bishop c5, and after rook d1, queen b7, or queen e8 even, white is having some problems. So knight e7, queen takes c7. Computer also likes d takes c. Yes, I think b takes c shouldn't be... b takes c... No, my idea was that for the time being, you cannot really develop your bishop because of some queen b7, queen b2. And you know, I'm placing my knight on d5 and I'm having enough activity. But computer engines doesn't agree. And they like white's position after b3. So takes. Okay, we will take with the queen. And here not bishop e3 really, because after bishop e3, black is maybe slightly better. I was thinking to play f3, and why queen d4 is not possible? Queen b5. Okay. So that's why bishop f4. Yes. Okay. So let's just see. Yes, after d takes c, Petko went d takes c, short castle, bishop d6, obviously, b3 by Aravind, short castle knight d2, a5 with the ideas maybe to go a4 and trade one of weaknesses. Bishop e6, rook e1. No, maybe I was too optimistic. Still, I like White's position, but I think it's not like bishop b4, bishop d2, and maybe some queen e7. Why not? I think you shouldn't push your c5 pawn. Of course, right now it's even not possible because of c3. And you shouldn't maybe right now trade. Because I like, if let's say you take, I take with the a pawn. I like my structure. And especially my pawn on b4. And my ideas to push c5, c4 later on. So it's really interesting what Momchil does want to play. I assume queen e7. I like queen e7, honestly speaking. But because knight c5 isn't really working. And the problem, if you take with the bishop, I will take with the queen and then queen c3, queen e3. I like queen e7, maybe later on bringing the rook. Yes, if knight g3, I want to play g6. But maybe this is too much. Yes, computer likes queen e7. And what's the point if... knight g3, g6. Wow. Wow. Did not expect to guess what computer is recommending, but it's of course very good for any chess player that even maybe very rarely we are guessing computers top lines. No, but it's very like a human move, and just moving the queen. Okay, what are we having? Wow, wow. Yes, c5. Black didn't take on c5 because of d takes c. So knight d7 was played. Bishop b5. a6, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, c takes b, queen takes b6, knight g4. So very interesting. Like it looks weird why white went and spent two tempis on bishop b3 and bishop takes c6. And but bishop wasn't doing much on d3 because it was looking only to black's pawn chain. And as right now you can see, black's light squared bishop is very restricted. Doesn't do any much. Doesn't do anything. And white is trying to create some activity along dark squares, like maybe somewhere queen e3, h4 I like very much. So f6 was played, queen d2, g5 by Jan, knight e3, bishop b7, h4, h6. Yes, very complicated position. So let's see, what are we having? We are having only one draw. Aryan Chopra is playing. We are having... yes. I remembered Arjun Erigaisi drew second round game against Alexakis Dimitris from Greece. Let's see how Anna Gramling is doing with the black pieces. So d4, d5, knight f3, e6, c4, bishop e7, knight c3, knight f6, bishop f4, e3, yes, here c5, knight bd7, b6 are possible move, so b6, bishop d3, here mainly d takes c4, bishop c4 and bishop a6 are the one of the possible ways for black to play. Bishop b7 by Anna, c takes d, e takes d. Yes, again, possible option. Maybe white is already having some small preferable position out of the opening. Again, it's a complicated game. Playable position. Yes, short castle c5. And knight e5 was played. Rook c1 is also very much possible. With the idea whenever you go c4, bishop b1 to play. No, but knight e5 makes sense because c4 I can also place my bishop on f5. So knight bd7, queen f3. I like the way white plays. Yang Sung Jui. Yes, again, I'm sure I pronounced not correctly. Yes, knight e5, and here we are having choice. We are having choice with the white pieces. We can take with the d pawn, we can take with the bishop, but somehow Anna spent a lot of time. Like she has 40 minutes and opponent has 1 hour and 17 minutes. So d takes c is possible. I don't think d4 is possible for black. I will just take the bishop and then take the knight. Yes, knight d7 you can go. So, but knight d7, what if I just start collecting? Yes, if I take bishop d5, queen d5, I will go. Again, knight e5. Yes, knight e5 should be the only move. What is happening here? Yes, at least I can win a pawn. Yes, unfortunately something like no, but I can maybe win something more than yes, my idea was this and here. Yes, here to take the pawn and go queen h5 and probably queen takes c5, but it's not much. It's not much. I was thinking about queen e4, which because queen h5, queen h2 does not work here. Yes, I think you can just take with the queen maybe. Yes, with the queen, and I'm not forced to take. I can go queen. No, queen g4, queen e5 is there. I apologize, queen g3, but this is complicated because f6 is coming, and this can be very unpleasant for white. Maybe white is already losing a piece. But what about queen e4? I like this approach. Of course, queen h7 is a threat. Like knight d3 doesn't really work, and then queen b7. I'm piece up. Yes, but you are having like knight g6 is an option, and more or less decent option. Yes, because other option is you should go knight e8, but knight e8 and then knight comes to c7. Whenever I play any of these moves, you will go probably g6. Yes, let's say any rook d1, knight c7 you will play. Let's see what computer likes. Yes, bishop e5, like white is better, no doubts. So d takes c, and that's why computer already likes this, like sacrificing the pawn. Yes, you take queen e4, you are down a pawn, queen d7, queen e6 you will come, and then maybe rook a or rook fd8. Yes, because knight d8 it's rook a d1. So if I go knight c7, the problem is like queen h3 comes, so g6, bishop h6 comes, and here f4 comes with the f5 ideas. So let's go back and try to understand why knight d7 isn't working. Like this, just rook d1. Because if I take, yes, knight e5 more or less works. Yes, you can go bishop h7, queen h5, knight d7. Yes, queen e4, there is knight g6. Yes. And white is probably thinking here. Okay, let me see. Do we have anything? Okay, let's go to see. Yes, young, very strong Turkish player who already got a very unpleasant position against Thomas Sosa. Yes, Tarhan. If I'm not mistaken, he's very young. And he's the player who managed to win against Kirill Alexeyenko by starting with the first move a2, a3. Yes, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. Yes, Gioco Piano, Italian, bishop c5, d3, knight f6, knight bd2. Short castle h3. Bishop b3. Yes, I don't like much b5 move. Yes, first of all, some knight a5, knight e5, d5 is an option to play, but like why not d6? Okay, b5, short castle, bishop b7. So the very strange thing is like usually bishop is not so well placed on b7 on that diagonal. First of all, because bishop is quite restricted by white's pawn chain. Yes, so rook e1, and yes, black himself went for developing bishop on that side of the board. Yes, bishop b6, so mixing all the possible ideas. Yes, h6, knight f1, still it's playable, you know. Knight g3, knight f4, Adar went for knight f4, d4, standard idea whenever knight comes to f4, d4, because bishop is attacking knight on f4, so queen f6 was played, and here let's see, will Thomas see this bishop takes f4. So a couple of questions like what is happening if I just take the pawn? This is the idea, like takes. Okay, if rook e5 then, so knight e5 probably because of some sacrifices, yes, bishop f2 does not work, and if I take with the rook, then bishop f3. Why not bishop f3? Bishop f3, I will just take queen f3 and then f4 is hanging. So that's why, yes, rook e5 is working. So if knight h3, then I just take and you take and I go queen e1 and everything is well protected. So d takes c works as well. Yes, bishop f4, of course, if you take e takes f4, then you don't have any pressure on my d4 pawn. So queen f4 is the move to play, and here just knight h5 and then knight takes c5. So white is already much better. So let's go back to see what are we having here. Yes, knight e7 was played, queen takes e7, and now Sebastian is taking his time. So he has already 43 minutes, and black does not have problems. White as well. So what are we having? Yes, in this position, knight e3 was played to stop d5. So knight f4, queen d1 back. D5, G3, and knight e6. Yes, I like the way Darda plays. I like it. Yes. Of course, we shouldn't care much about this pawn. Like, maybe already here knight d4 is possible, but even if I take, you take with the knight. And let's say, where do I go? Where do I place my queen? I like more, let's say, d6 square, or maybe even d7. Just and then develop bishop on b7. Yes, I don't have doubts that white is going to play c4. Like let's say queen d7, I go, you go c4, I go bishop b7, and of course moving the knight away is not an option for white to go. Just look at this monster bishop, but maybe you can allow bishop takes d5, c takes queen d5, and yes, try to like going queen e2, bishop e3. Yes, as you see, or it takes d, c takes d, knight takes d5. Computer likes even more queen c6 and c4, knight c7, trading the knights, not the bishop. So queen d7, c4, and here again knight c7. I thought bishop b7, but here it's not much for black. You will take d5, you don't have problems, but you are not much better. Because what else to do? Like, very hard to understand what else white can do. Yes, let's see what Arjun. So h6, bishop a2, just avoiding all kind of nice c5 ideas. Bishop f8, knight h4. So if somehow I take on e4, then how does white refute this idea? So d takes e, I will take queen h4, knight takes e4, I will take queen h4. So you are having queen h5, which probably finishes the game. Since, yes, knight g3, queen f7, queen g8 is a checkmate. f7 is very... Yes, and then bishop g5 comes. Yes, knight c5 was anyway played. Knight g6 by Arjun. He goes after f8 bishop. Knight e6, forcing opponent take. Yes, knight takes f8, and f4 by Arjun. Yes, he takes f, bishop f4, knight g6, and Arjun is taking his time. And yes, he has bishop e3, bishop d2. I like also queen f3. Yes, rook f1 is also a possible option to play. Yes, we shouldn't forget that so black is having two ideas. One is being to go bishop c8 and bishop e6, which doesn't equalize fully. You know, if you manage to trade the light squared bishops, then you can take with the f pawn, or you can take with the rook. But if you take with the rook, then white gets his knight on f5. And the other option is to go somewhere at d5, you know. So somewhere d5, where, let's say, some concrete actions. White's king on g1 is a little bit vulnerable. Yes, but we shouldn't maybe care much about our bishop on f4. Of course, we would like to have it on c3 and then all our heavy pieces on f file, but it will take a lot of time. So that's why I like playing some queen f3. So here the problem is, how do I react after d5? How do I react? Because e5 I have, e5 I can go. E takes d is not much actually, I guess. So if I take e takes d, first of all, some rook e1, let's say rook e1, and bishop takes d5. Why I'm better, I'm not sure. Like I can take with the knight. I can take with the queen as well. Because bishop c7, probably I can take on f3 and play rook c8, like let's say the simplest. And then taking on c2. Yes, d5, of course, we should consider some e5. Yes, e5, let's say you go. But with e5, you are also restricting your own bishop on a2. I can already consider some moves like knight f4 is working, but you will just take it. You will just take it. So I'm thinking about knight h7 to play. Yes, you can go d4, of course, and then c3. Because if I take, I don't like at all this position. So very soon some rook f1 or rook goes to any of these squares, and then the other rook comes, knight f5. Let's see, are we having any moves? Rook f1 was played by Arjun. Rook f1 by Arjun. He doesn't want to keep his bishop, so knight f4, rook f4, anyway, queen f3 is coming. So one idea is bishop c8, bishop e6, and the other is d5. So d5 I like. No, d5 should be played, I assume. Yes, bishop c8, bishop e6 is possible, and if white is going to take on e6, then I'm ready to take with the f pawn. But the problem for me is like first of all, after bishop c8, white is having some active moves to play, and like for example, the very basic tactical idea can be just takes. So g takes h, queen f3. So how I'm protecting my f6? It's a very big question. Like probably no way to protect it. Obviously, if I'm moving the knight, then bishop f7, queen f7 comes and finishes the game. King g7 doesn't work, not only because of queen f6, knight h5. Also, like I'm almost sure that knight h5 should win as well. Like this position. This is winning, like mating threat is there, queen h5 is hanging. Yes, maybe the best is to go bishop e6, so which forces us to trade the queens. And yes, this is very unpleasant, of course, close to probably lost with the precise play. So rook f1, bishop h6 is a threat. Maybe this is the point. Yes, you can take knight f4, rook f4, but now this is of course queen f3 and rook f1 is coming. Like you can go bishop c8 now. No, but bishop c8 now, just knight h5, and at least I'm pawn up. At least if you take knight h5, then bishop f7. Otherwise, so either here d5. Or here. Yes, d5 I like. E takes d, I will just take with the... I can take knight f4, I can take bishop d5. So e5 is also not working. So let's see what... so I'm not afraid of knight f5 as well. Because if knight f5, let's say I just take, and I don't see any problems for black. Yes, here let's see what is happening if you just take there. Yes, I should, let's say I'm taking, and you go this queen f3. Yes, now the problem is again, I cannot really move my knight because f7 and g6 are hanging. But yes, at least I'm having rook e6. E takes d, bishop d5 comes. Yes, you can go knight h5, which maybe again poses enough problems for me. Like the best I have is to take. Yes, but this position is of course unpleasant. Yes, it is. It is very unpleasant for black to play. Okay, but here after bishop h6, I was thinking about to take maybe d takes c. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, but so many tactical ideas are there. Like knight h5 is an option to play. Bishop g7 is like very obvious move, very simple move is bishop g5. No, but even something like this can work maybe. Like taking here, forcing to take king g7, of course. Like this knight f5 check is very challenging. Rook f6, I'm considering this, like queen f6, knight h5, and here I wanted this check. Yes, this looks dangerous, but not winning probably, like king g5. What do I want? No, Arjun is much better, of course. And d5 was played. So we guessed Vogel's move, and Arjun is taking his time, and of course Arjun should calculate all these sacrifices, otherwise like position is very concrete, you know. I'm sure if I will switch on engine, we will see like huge advantage for white, but very often for humans, for us, over the board, it's not at all easy to seed them. Okay. No doubts Arjun is going to play, or Arjun isn't going to play. Yes, let's say takes. Yes, can Arjun also play knight h5? Can he go for this? He can, of course, but he has this knight h5. No, Arjun will take bishop h6. And now g takes h and d takes c. So g takes h, my idea was to go queen f3. Yes, and I'm really hoping that yes, if you take d takes c, then queen takes, rook takes. Yes, despite material is even, but you are in huge trouble. Yes, rook f1 is coming, rook g6 is hanging, rook f7 or bishop f7 are hanging. Always I can take on e4 with the pawn, with the knight. So you are in some trouble, obviously. And rook e6, knight h5. So let's see if d takes c. So I'm not sure bishop g5 really finishes the game. But I'm afraid of this knight h5. I like this knight h5 a lot. Of course, knight h7 loses. Like bishop f7 is there. Queen h5 is also. Like I just take, and I just take. Game over. So what about other moves? I think e takes d is the move to play, but at least like if nothing else, then the problem for white that black has some queen d4 checks always, and that check can be very unpleasant. So I'm thinking to take and play queen d3, let's say. Like huge advantage, no doubts. Like takes. You should try rook e2, which forces me to go rook f2. And here, yes, I'm a pawn up, and a pair of bishops, some weaknesses. Yes, because knight g7 I don't like. Knight g7 I don't like because after queen d4 I'm even not sure where I'm going to hide my pieces. So bishop g7 honestly I also don't like, because of again the same reason, like this queen d4 check comes. And don't forget that later on rook e2 and some mating ideas can be there, and knight f6 is nothing, just king g7. So you are having only one threat, which is bishop takes f6. So yes, maybe after knight f6 g takes f you can try to be active with queen h5. Yes, you could also take with the c pawn. This is also some advantage, no doubts. Maybe not really very obvious winning, but it is much better. So I was considering this move. I was thinking about this. No, but it's again very like I can go check, and you want some rook f2, huh? Maybe this just finishes. How I'm going to stop? Okay, let's. And he goes d takes c, queen c5, and instead of going bishop f4, which was suggested by engines, he goes queen b3. Yes, most likely he wants to go bishop e3. He didn't like queen d5 opportunity for his opponent, and he goes queen b3. And now probably bishop a3 you should go. No, but I only see problems for white. So I don't like white's position. And here they agreed in a draw. Wow. So we saw this position. Goldstein Ido went bishop c7 with the idea of queen d6. To come, rook e1, queen d6, g3. Yes, slightly weakening king side, but anyway, I think white needs g3. Otherwise, like always, bishop g4 comes, or any piece attacks f3 knight. White should be careful not to get mated. So g3, h5, rook c1, bishop d7. Yes, we can understand this move. Maybe with the ideas to go rook d8, knight a4, with the ideas to go knight c5, or maybe even take bishop f6 and take queen d5. So knight e4, knight c3, and here in this position, black could continue with rook d8. Yes, rook d8. I assume queen d5 isn't working really because of knight takes c3, game over, and queen is hanging, and queen d6, knight e2. And white knight d5, yes, this looks really risky, like at least bishop a5. Yes, but computer doesn't see any problems, even after just takes, and any move. Now this is maybe slightly better for black, so knight g5 move is there. So that's why Ido went knight f6, knight a4, and they repeated. Yes, interesting. So Mamedov Edgar managed to make a draw with the white pieces against Ido Goldstein. Are we having any result except Lagarde's game? Yes, let's see how is Anna Kramling doing. Yes, d takes e was played and knight d8 she went. Yes, queen h3, rook d1 looks so good. And I think earlier we seen that rook d1, knight c7, queen h3. So queen h3, g6, bishop h6, knight g7. Yes, and f4. Whoa, this is so complicated. Arjun just goes knight h5. Arjun goes knight h5. Yes, another. So, well, of course we saw this move, but let's see one more option. Oh, knight h5. Why bishop h6 isn't working? Wow. G takes h and queen f3. Queen d6. Wow. Yes, if you remember, I was recommending here bishop takes h6. G takes h, queen d2. No, but this is queen f3. But here we didn't see. I didn't see queen d6. And the point is like very weird move, like queen f6, queen takes g3, and then white doesn't have anything more than a perpetual. And if I go knight f5, you know, some queen b6 check comes. That's why Arjun goes knight h5, but it's not much for Arjun, surprisingly. It's not much, but of course, let's see where he went wrong. Like, okay, bishop b7, d5 is an option, d6 as well. So against Arjun, he didn't want, and I think Arjun already played some games here. He doesn't take on e5, he plays some knight bd2, I guess. Yes. So this a3. Yes, some moves possible, like knight d4 takes c3 c5, so knight b8, very standard idea. Arjun goes for this idea, rook e8. Knight is not well placed on c6, so knight g3 h6, bishop a2. Yes, and maybe here he went wrong. Here he could have gone for d5. Yes, just opening up the center. Yes, he goes knight c5, just not. Yes, knight c5 allows knight g6 and then trade. And he takes with the knight, yes, which is the best to come with the knight on g6 and cover king side. f4, he takes f, bishop takes f4. Yes, and here Arjun went wrong. Yes, but maybe bishop d2. Yes, d5 is the strongest, knight h5 is the strongest. And yes, he now takes his time. Yes, c5 is the best. Yes, what's the idea after c5? We want to go c4 and close this bishop. Yes, d takes c shouldn't really work. Like many tactical possibilities are there, but at least this check, and at least this bishop e3 should almost finish the game, because queen is hanging and f7 is going to hang. So knight h5. I was thinking maybe knight f4 to take, but let's say rook takes f4. Yes, the best move. So knight takes h5, queen takes h5, and I'm having problems because f7 and d6, d5 are hanging. No, but c5, just c5. The problem now is being that if I takes d5 is not really hanging because my bishop on f4 is under attack. Yes, if I take here, sorry, not c6, c5. If I take here, I assume the move is to take just knight h5 and take the piece. Okay, let's see what we had seen. Yes, here nothing is really hanging. Yes, if I take bishop h6, there is queen d4 extra check. Yes, bishop h6 isn't working because of knight h5, yes. Yes, and d takes c isn't. Yes, knight f6 and bishop e3. Yes, c5. Bishop g3 computer likes. And rook e6. Yes, the white is threatening knight f6. D takes c isn't working, so knight h5, queen h5 is possible, and going c4. But also maybe this move is an option to play, rook e6. Just overprotecting knight on f6. And the tactical justification, for example, here, like takes. d5 is not really hanging because, like, first of all, b2 is hanging for white. And also, like, even here, bishop d5 should work, no? Yes, I can go queen d4 and queen d5, and most likely I'm not having much problems. Okay. Yes, rook d1 was played. But white is already having 27 minutes and black is about 1 hour. So white is trying, of course. White feels that they solved all the issues and now they are trying to play for something more. Yes, we didn't check for some time Alan's game, and yes, somehow I remember that Arjun, he was playing knight a6 in this position with the idea to bring the knight to c5. a6 is very hard to... he wants to play d6. Let's just see. Even knight c6. I was... knight a6 does not really work. a6 possible. Bishop d3. Yes, it takes d is working. f4 by Alan. h3 short castle. Queen h4, queen h4, rook h4. And here f5 was played. Well, let's see. Let's see what is happening. Of course, you want to take on e6, and the very obvious move is either to take here or to take on e5. Okay, if I take d takes c, now what do you want? Will you take f takes c? So f takes c, bishop e6 does lose. Just knight e6, bishop g6, f takes c, bishop g6. Yes, I am in maybe some trouble. Yes, probably I am. Should I start with h takes g? Yeah, let's say I take h takes g. Where do you place your rook? Like f3, f2. And also here I had another question, like what is happening this? If I take the... yes, rook f7 isn't looking very promising. It takes d, which forces me to play king d7. Yes, it can be like... maybe even here you can come with these ideas. Check, I was trying to make this work. Like takes, for example, if it takes rook e1 and now rook e8 is such an unpleasant threat. Like knight c6, knight d7, then rook e8. Either I'm winning on a8 or f8. No, wait, f5 was played by... should I take e takes f? But I just don't like this. Yes, if knight f5, then I'm okay. I will take bishop f5. I don't like this option. But okay, here I can maybe develop my knight. Because if bishop f5, then knight f5 comes and then you take on d6. So maybe here I have this. Let's see what computer... wow. H takes g, you just move the rook. So this more or less we can see. Yes, this move is possible, but it's just bad. Not because of bishop f5. I just wanted knight c6, but no, e6 here comes and finishes the game. Bishop f5 is coming. So wait, d takes c. I didn't like it because of f takes c. And here f6. Wow. I saw that bishop g6 check, but you just go king d8. I saw even this, but you just go rook g4. And if I go knight f5, go rook g4. Yes, you don't care much about e6 because your king is very safe. You will start developing your pieces. So d takes c, f6, and Alan is in some trouble. Opponent went wrong. Yes, d takes and f takes c, f6 is the strongest, and h takes g, and yes, some move with the rook. And you know, now all ideas with rook g4 does not really work because you are not threatening anymore rook takes g2 check. So, and c5 was played by Lamar. So knight d7, rook e1, f5. Niall goes f5, stopping all kind of e4 ideas, but it's not like white was really threatening this. So bishop e5, knight goes back, b4. Yes, maybe hoping, trying to go b5. So knight e4, a3, knight f6, with the ideas to jump knight g4, knight h2 by Lamar. Didn't like much this a3. No, it was... I didn't understand why he went for this c5. Why not rook f e1? If you wanted rook e1, then go right now. Why do you commit the structure? And rook e1, it's hard to say what's the point of rook e1, because I don't think e4 is a huge threat. Always knight f4 comes. So black goes f5. stopping everything and slowly improving the position. f5, it's not like white was threatening d4. Just black goes f5 to improve slowly the position. Bishop e5, okay, no one is going to take knight e5. Knight f6, improving the knight. Knight e4. Yes, whenever you take, I will just take f takes, and then knight e5 ideas are hanging. So a3. But why a3? And knight h2. Still, I don't think white is worse. I don't think white is worse. Like, how would I play here? Yes, you may also threaten some f3. But f3 I will just take, and maybe the idea is being just to move the knight and then go f3. Obviously knight h2 has the idea to stop knight g4 jumps. But also I want to just go rook knight to f1, just moving the knight, and then f3. And after f3 this knight is trapped already. You don't have knight g4 at all. You can go knight d7, but we just had the same position. What else can you do? No, I don't think white is worse. Though I don't like the way white played. So, no, c5. Wow, c5. Knight d7 and b4 computer likes here. So let's say if I'm doing this, what's wrong with this move? It's like a possible move. Yes, the evaluation is almost the same. So c5, knight d7, rook e1, f5, bishop e5, knight f6, b4, a3, strongest move. Yes, and he goes knight d7. And I'm expecting Lamar to go knight f3 and to repeat the moves and to agree silent draw offer. Will Lamar repeat the moves? And we see that e takes d was played, c takes knight d5, and whoa, what is this? No, couple of important decisions, like queen c6 was played, c4. First of all, Daniel didn't really understand or didn't really find this idea of trading going knight c7 and trying to trade the knights. Also, he placed queen on c6, which is like a decent square for the queen. Bishop a5, but maybe his idea was to go knight c7 right now, and that's why Marcin he went bishop a5, stopping it, and queen d7, queen e2, bishop takes queen d5. Yes, position is around equal. Of course, knight d4 is a huge tactical idea. That's why short castle computer likes. I don't think black has any problems. Yes, because I don't like bishop on a5. So what's the problem if I go c4? Yes, queen e4. Like d4 is also possible, but this is complicated. Queen takes a5, you just take here. I go king f7. Yes, looks like better for black. Yes, but you are having queen e4. Yes, short castle is possible, but let's say any move, rook b8 for some reason. But what if I just go this? Yes, queen e4. And why here not queen e4? Yes, queen e4 is also possible. No, Lamar still is taking his time. What are we having? Rook e6 was played. Instead of going for... Yes, again, a decent move. Like, so Arjun goes bishop d2. But the problem of rook e6 move that you are no longer threatening any move with the d pawn because of e6 rook is hanging. So that's why computer likes bishop e3, just stopping also c5. And he goes c5, you know, he goes c5. Okay. Let's see how is Jordan doing. So white is having knight on d6, and maybe some queen b7 ideas can be a threat. So what should black do? Knight e8. Wow. Yes, interesting decision. Okay, knight b7 we shouldn't even consider, I guess. Like so many, knight d4 is there. Maybe even this move is just winning. Yes, you take, I just take and take on b7 back. So I don't want also to take on e8. My d4 pawn is hanging, so let's go for this. I don't care much about this because I can take, and here I have some choice between c takes d6, knight takes d4, and bishop takes d6, and knight takes d4 probably. You can also go, you don't have knight d4 because f7 is also hanging. Let's not forget. So takes. Yes, you should make one more move, going rook d7. And here you can already take on d4. So let's say takes, I'm taking there, I'm taking here. No, probably it's better to take with the bishop, I guess. And my bishop isn't doing anything. Yes, I have this rook d3, bishop d1 ideas. But I like b4 and I want to play rook b4. I don't care much about this. I will just take it. Yes, I think I'm... Knight e8 forces me to take queen takes b7. Yes, forces me to take queen b7. I have also this, like takes and rook c7. You will most likely go like rook d8. But I'm afraid that why queen b7 isn't working. You just take, okay, I take rook d7, I go knight d6. You don't take knight d4, yes, knight e8 c6 is coming. So you take here. I was trying to make this work. Ah, rook b7. Wow, wow, this is very... Yes, before and white may be better. But you just go rook b7 and then you will take. Okay, wait, what about taking with the pawn? So forcing you to take, going rook c7. Yes, this can be unpleasant, you know. This can be unpleasant. No, Lamar still, yeah, he takes his time. Yes, queen e7 was played or not. No, rook b8 was played. So knight g3, f6, rook e3, queen e7, knight f5, queen e6, knight h4. Yes, queen e7 was inaccuracy. I like rook f7, suggested by machine, with probably with the ideas to move the knight. First of all, by placing rook on f7, we are defending seventh rank. Also, we are ready for some knight f8, knight e6 ideas probably. And just one quick question: what's the point? Oh, rook c3. I thought rook c3 is the idea. Wow. Okay, queen e7. This knight h4. So many of white's pieces are ready for some sacrifices, like queen g4. Possible option rook g3, knight g7. Yes, Alan is in some trouble. Let's go back. Let's see what are we having here? So we left the position here, takes, and on knight takes f4, d5 was played. Yes, decent move. He takes bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen d2, and Nogerbek goes for c5, b6 ideas, c4, queen d6, queen f2, double attack, but d3 pawn is also hanging. Rook d1, of course, if bishop c5, then queen d3, rook e5. So allow this, rook h5, queen c6. Yes, white is better because rook doesn't do much probably on h5, and knight has only one square, which is e5, and you are also having problems with a5 pawn, I guess. Wow, wow. So Lamar went for knight f1, not really repeating the moves. So his idea being to go f3, and Nihal took, and b6, he takes bc5, suggested by machine. So bishop d7, f3. Yes, like very weird move is possible. Knight takes c5, b takes b6, and black is having some compensation because white has some pieces completely out of the game. One of them definitely is knight on h2. Yes, we are going to have very complicated game. So queen b7 was played as we checked. Takes rook d7, knight d6, and what are we going to see by Jordan? Will he take? So the problem, I don't really want to take with the bishop, because always it allows some... No, first of all, I apologize that rook d4 is just finishing the game, no? Yes. Or maybe it's better to start with knight d8 and then rook d4. So the only way you can take is my d4 pawn is with the knight. So here the problem is being that I just take and I start pushing c6. And your rooks does not have good squares. It's not winning for white, but it's some pressure. So that's why it's better to first trade the knights. Yes, and if bishop d6, rook b7, you know, very deep move, stopping before, and later on you will take the pawn. And this looks very risky for black, but computer says here you shouldn't worry much. We didn't check this game. What was the opening? It was knight dwarf, queen d3, knight bd7. Yes, a4 is an option to play. Bishop b2 is also a possible move. I remember the game last round of Weikanze and Jordan Van Forest with the white pieces won against Niels Grondelius. So a4, b6. Yes, f3, bishop g5. White is mixing all the possible ideas. So f3, bishop e3, what computer likes. Bishop g5, bishop b7, f3. Yes, e6, bishop e2, queen d2. Yes, some healthy moves. Yes. Of course, black does not have problems. Why, why should they have any problems? You didn't get with the white this typical Marozzi bind, and black managed to activate the knight, and white more or less was forced to trade the bishop. So yes, I like somehow I like white's position, but probably nothing. Yes, g6, c4, d takes c, c5. Yes, one very important, one of the important games for this line was maybe back to 2016, 17. Levon Aronian was playing with the white pieces against Anish Giri. And here the move is, I think, yes, here it was knight c6, bishop b2, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop d4, and b6. This was the important move. And surprisingly, if bishop takes a8, queen a8, black has enough activity to take the exchange back. So c takes d was played. Let's see, what are we having? Yes, you can see engine also recommends knight c6, bishop b2, c takes knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, b6. So c takes knight d4, bishop d5 was played. Bishop b2 by Aryan. Takes queen d5, f3, knight c6, e4, queen d7, queen c5 was played, yes, or queen e2, rook ac1, rook fd1, h5, h4, not really allowing opponent to push h pawn to h4. Rook c8, bishop d4, attacking on a7, b5, knight e3, and again back to bishop b2, knight d7. Yes, seems like French international master Girel, I guess, or Girel, probably Girel, doesn't have any problems against Aryan Chopra. It looked like white is maybe slightly better, but I was too optimistic. Okay, what else are we having? Oh, Maxim Chigaev won with the white pieces against Macias Pino Diego. Okay, e3, c4. Yes. Short castle. c5, d4, knight c6, d takes c. Yeah, some rook d8. Okay, knight takes. I just want to see where black went wrong. So yes, pair of bishops, a lot of weaknesses, targets. So yes, if you move the knight, then g7 is hanging, rook c1 is coming. Yes, the point is rook d2, bishop f3, bishop f3. Game over simply. If you don't take on f3, then I'm taking on b7, and here's some move with the bishop. Yes, c3, I was thinking c3 or c1, but c3 probably you can attack like rook c2 or rook d3. Yes, black is having only one pawn, which shouldn't be enough. Of course, e4, bishop e3 is coming. And even here, Diego resigned. Of course, he could maybe continue, but not much. Position is lost. Yes, bad game for him. And Chigaev, he had like, let's see how many points. Chigaev had 2.5 points. So now he's having 3.5 out of 4. Kartik is playing against Castellanos Rodriguez Renier. Yes, theoretical game, or yes, theoretical game. So g4, b5, rook g1, knight b6. Yes, I remember knight a5 being the move. Yes, and the tactical idea is if b4, then knight c6 works. b takes c, queen c3, then e7 and b6 are hanging. Yes, here queen c7, so g5 was played, knight h5, knight a5 now. Yes, rook c8 or queen c7, knight d5, takes, bishop d3, g6, h4, queen b3, rook cd8 would have been better. Wow. bishop f2. Bishop f2. Knight g3, queen c6. Yes, interesting, complicated position. So Daniel Liufa is white. So Fedosiev is not playing. He is playing. Ah, he lost one game. Let's see. Yes, white is of course better, but knight b3 is the important move too. So what is happening if I just go knight b3? It's very important. Otherwise, if not knight b3, then white can even maybe consider going rook b4. But what is happening? Why not knight b3? Of course, you can take here. I take, let's say you go check. Yes, you go check. But I don't see anything better. So let's see the opening. Yes. English takes knight f6. So queen d5 is the strongest move so far as I know. Yes, knight c3 you should play because bishop g2 there is queen h5 and bishop h3 after knight c3. That's why you start knight c3. Queen h5, you are not forced to develop your bishop on g2. So queen e5, knight e3, and here, sorry, not knight e3, bishop g2. And here knight a6 is the strongest. Because if you go bishop e7, I think there white goes knight e3. And very often the point to develop knight on a6 before developing the bishop is being that if white switches to knight e3, then we come bishop c5, and very often we even take on e3. So I'm not really familiar with knight f6, knight c3. We transpose to this, knight b3, a5. Yes, so let's see what's the point of it. Yes, knight c3, queen b6, knight b3, a5, d3, a4, knight d2. Maybe this is the line what which Corona played a few times, even maybe against Svidler. Yes, already e4 is possible. So he takes d, bishop b4, a3, takes, short castle, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b3, queen d2. White is of course better. So takes, rook c8, rook e1. Rook e1 I can understand. The point is like knight c5 isn't working for sure. Why? Yes, bishop g7, queen g5, queen f6, rook e5. This is the point. So rook b1, knight c5, queen e3. And queen c6, knight b3 isn't working. Not because of bishop g7 probably. Yes, queen g7, and white doesn't have anything more than perpetual. So simple idea of rook b3, a takes b, and queen e5. Maybe we are having some problems with Lichess or with my connection. I'm not sure. Let's just see how it goes in YouTube. Yes, Pranav V is playing Simon. H3, E5, knight F3. Bishop E7, Bishop E3. Yes, I think I played H3 and knight F3 against Sarana. It was Isle of Man last round. Alexei went Bishop E7. I think I played G4. Alexei played H6. And now it's hard to memorize the game. What did I play? Did I play G5 or did I... No, I played Rook G1 for sure. Alexei played knight C6. I went G5, H takes G, knight G5. So this is the point. And yes, white is ready for some bishop C4 ideas. And Alexei went knight D4. So here I was considering over the board bishop E3, but I didn't like because of queen B6. I went bishop C4. And I can say that before this game, before playing H3 and knight F3, of course, I was aware of Anish's course, where he recommends H3 and knight F3, G4, G5. So I recommend because I went through it and I liked it very much. So it was last round. I didn't have much ideas and I decided just to check my opponent. And it's not like before the game I went through all the course of Anish, and Alexei played this here knight G4, which surprised me a lot. Like so it looks like F7 is hanging. I remember before making bishop C4, I was considering for black some bishop E6 move, or maybe knight E6. I think mainly bishop E6. I didn't know knight G4, and but of course before my game, already some other players played knight G4. So the point is being that yes, I went knight F7 and knight F2 came. And because if you take, let's say, H takes G, of course bishop G5 and black does not have problems. If bishop F7 and king F8 comes, so knight F7, knight F2. Here I took knight D8. I think the strongest is to take bishop H4. You go king E3, bishop F2, and somehow here game ends in a draw. Like takes. But how? Queen F6? No, wait. How did I play? So I took it for sure. And here I went this. And I played this. And I think here Alexei went king takes D8. And I played rook G7. And here he took with the rook on H3. But I think after bishop H3, black is slightly better. So, but the strongest is to take, to play king E3, and some perpetual after bishop. Not queen B6, bishop F2. Takes. Maybe this is the move. You go king E1 And this is the way to let's see, can we find the game? I think bishop h4, king e3, bishop f2 takes queen f6, and king e3 looks like completely lost after rook h3, so that's why king e1 is probably the move. For some reason knight f3 isn't working. I guess we can even maybe take on h8. Yes, queen h4 and king d2. White is up 2 pieces. And queen f4, yes. King d3 again, rook h3 comes and checkmates. So king e1. And again, knight f3, yes. Knight f3, the idea should be queen f3 and takes on h8. So that's why in this way game ends in a draw. So I didn't know it. And didn't find it. I was afraid of going for this line, and I went knight d8, which after which black doesn't have any problems. So bishop e3 by Pranav, queen c7, and g4. Let me close this. h6. Rook g1, knight bd7, a4, stopping b5, knight c5, knight... Why not knight d2? He doesn't like knight d2, he went knight d5. So knight d5, he takes d5. So what's the evaluation? It's already better for black. Bishop d7, c3, knight d4, short, bishop g5. Short castle would have been stronger. Takes, rook g3. And short castle, a5, rook e8, rook e3, rook e5, attacking the pawn, c4, b5. Yes, a takes b, queen b6, queen d2, c takes b was played, queen a takes b, knight takes b5, and queen b8, knight a3. So white is in some trouble, f5 is coming. Yes, white is in some trouble. f5, knight c4, what's the idea? f4. Wow. And Aravind won his game. Yes, here we already realized that Petkov went wrong, and especially queen e7. He didn't like... he didn't see knight h4 probably, or any other move. The problem is being that whenever you take on d2, then a5 pawn is very soft and weak. So g6 was played, Aravind goes rook g3, king f7 and takes, and rook g6. Wow. So the problem is being that if you take, then queen g4 checkmates, king h7, there is queen g7, and queen h5 if king f7. Yes, this, and then queen g6 comes. So what did, so he went rook g8, rook takes g8, rook takes g8, queen h5, and yes, game over, because king f8, there is bishop h6, and here at least queen h7. Yes, you can just take, and queen h7. You can start with queen h7, I'm sure, also. Yes. Very nice win against very young and very strong opponent, Petkov. Yes, and Aravind is going to... So just d6. D6 is not the strongest. So bishop e7 you can go. And just briefly, what's the... Why here? Queen d4 or knight d4 is... No, knight d4 is working. So knight d4, just queen d4 or d5. Yes, it's the same. is the same. Yes, b5 is also possible, I'm sure. And bishop e7. So d6 takes d4, and now you should maybe take on d4 and go bishop d7 as computer recommends. Knight d7 takes, d takes c, short castle, bishop d6. So black is fine. Black is fine. Even black is better after knight c5. And here again knight c5. Bishop a6, computer doesn't like, because bishop doesn't do probably much there. Yes, but of course the main inaccuracy came here, main mistake, like rook f7 and probably some other moves like knight c5. I'm afraid of c3, but some other moves should be there, but not queen e7. So Aravind also has how many points does Aravind have? Yes, 3.5 points as Maxim Chigaev. Yes, let's see how is Arjun doing. Wow, they found a lot of moves. And bishop d2 c5 and bishop c3 according to engines. Arjun goes for this, takes. Yes, in the end, like something similar we had seen earlier. So if knight f6, I just take, for example, here. I don't ruin my structure because I just take with the queen, and then queen d4 comes after bishop d5. So Arjun goes bishop d5, knight takes d5, Arjun queen f3, attacking f7, rook a7, rook e1, rook e1, rook e1, and here, yes, it looks like round equal because very few pieces, and it's very hard to create something. I think the direct threat is being bishop h6 and g takes h, queen d5, knight f6. So, but with rook e7 we are taking on e1, so all kind of sacrifices aren't possible. So c4. Wow. D takes, b takes. And the very straightforward question is why Arjun didn't play bishop h6. So no doubts, Arjun saw it. So like I'm having questions. No, it's such a simple tactical idea, like bishop takes h6, g takes h, queen d5, knight f6, and white is winning a pawn. So that's why rook e7. Obviously here bishop h6 isn't working, so takes, and but of course not knight takes, I guess. Yes, bishop c3 and g7 is hanging. Yes, of course with the queen is also not possible, knight is hanging. No, but why here? Why here? Maybe he didn't like this c4? Just going back, and then if need be. And bishop h6 is not. Yes, let's not forget, but that whenever knight g7, queen d4 is coming, and bishop h6, I can just take it, and always I'm having knight e6 ideas or queen d4. Yes, c4, and here after d takes, b takes, Arjun doesn't go for bishop h6. Yes, g takes, queen d5 takes, knight f6, knight d5. White is pawn up, and with decent chances to win the game. Maybe bishop c3 doesn't spoil anything. So no doubts that Arjun saw bishop h6, but why he didn't play it? Hard to explain, you know. Because which move? Queen b6, like after queen b6 I can simply move my king. Yes. No, I'm thinking that Arjun saw bishop h6, but he thought maybe after bishop c3 he does have even bigger advantage. Okay, the pawn is hanging. Knight c3 I just take. And again, you are having problems. Yes, queen f8 isn't working, rook e8, and f6. Yes, f6 you can go. Maybe he didn't evaluate precisely, like, you know, here after f5 or f6, queen takes c4, king h7. It looks like white is pawn up, but black is very active. Like queen b6 is a threat, queen d2 is a threat, rook c7 can be a threat, knight d5 is coming. So anyway, white is having some advantage, but black has compensation. Because bishop h6 is so simple. For Arjun especially. Well, yes, Kirill is trying to get something. Because white has, after 23 moves, has only 8 minutes, which is not enough. So bishop f2 should be played, I guess. And e4, how do we react after e4? Do we go rook d4? Do we take f takes c? I think the very obvious question is, we go rook d4. And what about this? F takes g and queen e4, because queen e4, queen f3 comes, I guess. Yes. No, rook d4. Rook d4 is coming, knight is pinned, e takes. No doubts, white will play bishop f2. And, wow, g takes f, okay. I was wrong. E takes f, bishop f2. Maybe white didn't like bishop f2, e4. So what are we having here? Like white is pawn up, and white has a lot of time, but black has activity. Yes, quite complicated. Yes, around equal position, but black is the better side of this around equal position. Let's see, do we have results? Do we have them? And Murzin, after a couple of moves like rook d3, h6, bishop h4, queen c7, and players decided to repeat the moves. And yes, white can go already knight f1 with the knight e3 ideas, but Chinese player decided to make a draw to repeat the moves, and game ends in a draw. Yes, more or less players should be happy, especially white player. He made a draw with a very high rated player, very young. Whom are we having? Are we having any results? And Sosa won his game against young Turkish player. So we left the position here, and Sosa won 94. We checked with the engine that 95 also works. So 94, queen g6, another mistake. Bishop f4 takes knight h4. Queen does not have squares, only h7. Bishop c2. Now white is threatening many jumps with the knight. So queen h8. Yes, not the most active square for the queen. Queen g4, like bishop on b6 also doesn't do anything, as well as knight on c6. Knight f6 is a checkmate threat. So g5 was played, queen f5, Yes, very obvious. The g takes h. There is knight f6. There is knight h5, and there is queen g4. So bishops check, check, and queen d5. Yes, what are we threatening? Just to take the knight? Yes, it's so winning. Yes. Now, unfortunately for Tarhan, a Turkish player, young player, he didn't have his best game because we know that earlier in some other tournaments he played quite well, but this game didn't go from the start well for him, and he lost against Sosa, who is having how many points? Let's see. Sosa is having 3.5. Yes. Okay. Let's switch to other games. What are we having here? Alan is suffering. No, White is having huge problems, I assume. Without even having computer switched, it's obvious that e4, so bishop doesn't have squares, only e2. Knight h6 is nothing. Knight e7 I can even take on d3. Yes. No, it's not much actually. It's only -1. It's only -1 for white. Oh, knight h4 he went. And he started blundering probably. Oh, yes. Yes, dear friends, dear viewers. In this position, Arjun didn't take the pawn on h6, which would probably secure some huge advantage for him. He goes bishop c3, and here very decent player, very high rated, 25, 28. I played him. I played once, I guess. It was back in maybe 2019 or even 2018. With the white pieces, yes, he goes knight h4. If knight c3 and moving the pawn f6 or f5, white is of course taking the pawn on c4. White is pawn up. White is better, but black has maybe enough compensation. But here knight h4 followed, queen f2, and the problem now is being that both a7 rook and g7 pawn are hanging, and also let's not forget that h4 knight is also in some cases can be not well placed. So maybe the point was queen g5. He wanted queen g5. Yes, you know, a7 is not hanging, queen g2, but rook e5 finishes the game. Like you go here, this, and like white has so well placed pieces and so harmoniously. Yes, Arjun is going to win this game probably, and he is going to have 3.5 points. Dear friends, boys and girls, as Anish Giri very often says. So let's see how is Nihal doing. Yes, position is again very complicated, but compared to some moves ago, black achieved something. Like here, we left position here. Yes, it was a little bit... white had some advantage, of course, and some wrong decisions, and white doesn't have any advantage at all. So, wow. Let's see what did. Yes, we saw all these moves. Rook c8 was played by Jordan, and here Rook c1 would have been better. So Rook d3, g5. Jordan is ready to sacrifice his g pawn and take on c7, obviously. Bishop g3, f5 was played. Computer likes more going bishop h2. Yes, but anyway, f5 comes. Yes, here Rook d3 is not the strongest. Oh, it's just lost. Yes, Pepe Cuenca doesn't have much time, and he started blundering, and like h takes g, rook b5, check on c1, bishop e5, g3, rook c2, all moves are forced, and then in the end b2 or f2 pawns. I think you are having problems with like this, takes, check, bishop e5 and rook c2. Now the problem is being that you are going to lose your f2 pawn, because I'm ready to lose my b2, but the problem is bishop d4 comes. And they agreed in a draw. So Darda played quite well, even maybe got some better position, not much of course, but couldn't get anything more than slight pressure. If he would have gone for nice c7 ideas instead of trading the light squared bishop, maybe he could pretend for something more. So game ended in a draw. What are we having? Yes, some and instead of going bishop d2 f2, white went bishop d4, rook e8, rook e1. Okay, let's switch it. Yes, what are we having here? Probably very unpleasant endgame. I assume very unpleasant endgame. Yes, bishop controls everything, and like black is really having problems with queenside pawns. Yes, rook b7 was played, and the very obvious question is what happens if I just take on g7. Of course Arjun will. Like bishop g7 I just take, and I'm threatening so much. Maybe he wants, but he doesn't have any moves. So this is, I assume, queen g5 maybe is the only move. Well, of course bishop g7 is the strongest. And yes, very sad for Vogel. Which games? So far complicated. I don't think this position is lost for black. I'm having this rook e3, unpleasant threat, rook e2, queen c6, maybe in some positions. Like, what should bishop g7? I can take with the king. So I like black's position, honestly speaking. Maybe some bishop e6 or bishop g7 and bishop e6. No, yeah, black does not have problems. Yes, instead of f4, rook d1 was played, queen c8, g4, f6, f4, f takes c is the point, or f5. So why engine likes this? So f takes c, just f5. Okay, e takes f, bishop takes f6, f4, rook e8, threatening rook e3 and bishop d4, f5, g5, bishop b5 would have been stronger. Yes, the rest they played. Yes, rook e1 stopping rook e3. Yes, king h1. Yes, black couldn't find the precise moves, and now black is in some trouble. White doesn't have weaknesses. White is a pawn up and can activate his pieces. Yes, knight g3 was played. Arjun took with the knight. He is threatening rook e8 also. Yes, rook d1. Yes, Jordan won, and Jordan played all these moves. Jordan is having also 3.5 points out of 4. Who else? Yes, it's around equal position. Players are trying. Kartik, how is Kartik doing? Kartik is winning already. But where Renier? It takes. Bishop b4. He went bishop b4. Queen d5 would have been stronger. Why not queen d4, rook d8, and g5 is hanging? No, white is having unpleasant position. Like, simply you don't have any way to create anything on black's king side, and white is already pawn up. Black is already pawn up, and black is already having maybe some threats along a file. What are we having? We didn't really check this game. Game ended in a draw. Yes, Albornoz, Cabrera, Carlos Daniel made a draw. Yes, probably rook b2, knight e5. Yes. Oh, we didn't. Somehow I missed this game. Yes, 20 more than 20 boards. That's why, because I know both the players, very strong players, and Rina Jumabayev just maybe 1 week ago won a tournament in Norway, in Fagernes. Last year I played there, and I just took third. I scored 7 points out of 9. So what are we having here? Somehow I have a feeling that white is just lost. Maybe I'm wrong, and probably I'm wrong. But why? Because I like black's position. Like bishop on g6 and rook is coming to c8. Doesn't matter, whatever you do, rook is coming to c8. Even if you take bishop b8, I am ready to play rook c8. Yes, I think black is just winning. Let's see, am I wrong? No. Like -2, how do we consider -2 for black? Yes, probably I'm close to be right. But how did they get this position? This is Najdorf, bishop c4. This is the line what Kramnik started playing. So b5, bishop b3, bishop e7. But Kramnik played with f3, a3. Yes, I'm not familiar with this queen f3 move. Yes, a3, short castle f3. So queen f3, queen c7, long castle, knight bd7. So b4 was played, and here Rina didn't play e5. So e5, well, what's the idea? If I go bishop b7, you just play queen g3, or you take it xf. No. So d takes c we can more or less understand. So bishop b7. Wow. Knight takes e6, queen h3. And if Y computer here likes d takes c, yes, you just take. Okay, knight a4 was played, bishop b7, knight b6, rook a7. So the best is to sacrifice the exchange. Short castle takes. Yes, queen h3, possible to find. Yes, bishop e6, bishop takes e4, queen e2, f takes c, queen b6 would have been stronger. Yes, f3, bishop goes back, bishop d4, knight g5, rook e1, knight d5, and king h7. Yes, white is in trouble. White is in trouble. So rook d1, I guess the idea is being to take with the queen. Because if you take with the rook, then queen e2 is coming. So rook d1, queen d1, knight e3, queen d4. But it's hard to say whose king is more exposed. I know it looks like white's king, but long term I think only black's king is going to be more exposed. Like if somehow white manages to attack g7, So now very hard for black to get white's king. Like, what's the evaluation? Yes, it's like rook e7. Let's continue checking. So queen e4 was why queen f6 is not working. Rook d1, bishop d6, bishop c7. No, queen f. But if I want, I can go queen c4 and just secure huge advantage. No, but queen c4 is not the strongest, of course. But I'm having some doubts. Bishop c5. For example, this rook d1, rook h1. Yes, I just wanted to show this idea, but bishop d6 is also there. So takes, and now the position is not like queen c4 maybe the best. So queen c4, I'm just taking it. So btakes isn't working, of course, because rook d1, bishop d6. So you should take. Yes, I wanted to go this check and go rook b1. Ah, yes, you're ready to just take this pawn and give other pawn. Okay. What did... Oh, this is just checkmate, no? King h5, g4. Or king h5, queen h4, king h4, rook g4, king h5, knight g7. King h7, I can even go rook h8, but I can also rook g7 and queen f6 is there. No, like many ways to finish the game, and like he probably resigned. So how is Nihal doing? No, here of course he doesn't have problems. At least it looks like. How many pawns does black have? 3 pawns, and many of them, like black is having 3 pawns for the piece, and black is having also full control over dark squares. Also, some of white's pawns are on dark squares, which makes very easy for black to attack and maybe take them. So black is better to me. Yes, black is better. Not much, but black is better. What are we having here? Wow, this is quite complicated. Bishop a6, he took something there. He took pawn. No, I don't think black has any problems. Yes, knight f3 isn't working. Rook g5, bishop e2, rook h8. But you know, I'm not sure. Like, probably it's around equal. Like, my idea is to play bishop e2, back, protect the pawn. Yes, I think black is also not worse. Like, why should black be worse here? But it's not like black is better. No. It's like you go rook g5, you go knight g4, you try to take the pawn. Like, it's round equal. What are we having? Rook e8. Ah, rook e8. No, this is interesting. So if, let's say, I'm taking the pawn, what's the idea? What do you want? You want knight f4? Ah, you will play knight f4. Yes, this is very unpleasant move actually to meet. Yes. Maybe black is getting... should I play rook d8? Do I have rook d8 actually? But rook d8 you can go maybe king somewhere to f8, f7. Oh, of course white is better. Oh, white is winning. There's rook d5. neutralizing all the ideas. Let me just see, do we have anything on YouTube? Probably not. So bishop d5, if I take, you will take rook b7 and your pawn up. So knight f3 I don't want. You will just take and then maybe push the pawn. But am I forced to take on d5? I think I am. No, problem is I'm in trouble. Black is in trouble. Like no one cares much about any jumps. Knight b3, do I have knight b3? Actually, you know, knight b3 might be an idea. Why not knight b3? I like it very much. So my point is being, like, you just played rook f1 knight, we just had that position. So I'm threatening to take it. So where do you hide? So knight b3, rook f1, rook a1, knight b3 again. Yes, this was my point. So bishop f1, does he want? You know, you can, but yes, will he repeat the moves, or because nothing else? Either bishop f1 or repetition. So bishop f1. This is the strongest probably. Rook d5, rook b3 I can resign. I don't have much options actually. I should go for this. And here I'm having a couple of options, but this is anyway unpleasant position. Bishop d5 isn't no, bishop d5 works. Bishop d5 works, but my knight is anyway almost trapped. So bishop a1, rook e1, rook a1 I will take. Yes, I was thinking about to go maybe rook e1. Yes, force king g2, bishop takes d5, and here you can go king h3 or you can go f3. In both cases you are better. So bishop, yes, Daniel should play this. Daniel should go for, where is Daniel? It's not that easy to find every time. Like, yes, this is the position, and black didn't play. Black didn't play knight b3 yet. No, but it's some advantage for sure. Knight b3, I'm having bishop f1. What else do you want? Bishop d5 takes rook b7. It's very unpleasant, like, and my a pawn goes. But there you have knight c4, you know, maybe that's the right way to hope. But knight c4, bishop c3, bishop b4, I can always go. It's just interesting how will Tobias play. So knight f3, bishop f3, rook takes f3. You can try. Yes, if you take rook d5, I can always take rook b7. And bishop d5 also works, but I don't need even that. So knight b3, bishop f1 is the trick to play. What computer is... in the end king h3 and that position is fine. Okay. Yes, players are... So what happens if I continue like rook g1? Right now queen e2 you will take, and it's not good. Rook d7, and I don't have anything. Yes, queen f3 is also coming. So rook d7, if I take rook d7, oh yes, maybe I'm having problems. What should I do? Rook c7, good move. Rook d7, rook d7, rook d1, rook queen e2. Queen c2, but knight e3 it allows. Yes, I can push my pawn, but I don't want. Yes, I'm sure that rook f1 move. But what's the point of rook f1? So move, we need a move. We need a move. And Sebastian is rook d7 was played. And rook d1, queen e2 just finishes the game, because rook d7 there is queen f1 checkmate. Yes, queen b5 I'm having, queen c2 I'm having. But I don't get the point of why do I need my queen on c2? It doesn't do anything at all. Now queen should stay here in order to keep this... Queen b5 was played. Yes, this we can understand, of course. Maybe just going queen g5 or queen g5. I like that. So what should black do? No, queen b5, very good move, of course. You are not having many moves with the queen. You can go queen d5, and I think Kirill will play queen d5. Because once I get my queen on g5, it can be dangerous only for you. Only for black. Yes, Arjun won his game. And what are we having? So rook d5. But now black is much better somehow, no? Oh, he didn't see this bishop c4, rook d5? Or? Wow. Alan having almost 13 minutes. He didn't see bishop c4, rook d5. And he took it and played rook d3. Rook d7 also, but rook d7, rook a7. And still he's going to have some problems. Nihal, how is Nihal doing? Nihal is already winning. Bishop on g2 is... no one needs. Yes, very badly, awkwardly placed. Yes, and Max went for this and rook d5 takes knight f4. Yes, he took the pawn, and like rook e2, king f3 always comes. Knight d3. Yes, I just play king f3. So king f7. I guess rook b5. No, rook b5, rook e7. Rook b5, rook e7. What do I do there? Maybe should I play rook a7? Rook e7 anyway. So what's the best way to... No, rook b5 for sure. Rook b5, let's go. Rook e7 and maybe bishop d4, bishop e3 I can try. I think rook b5, rook e7 and... Yes, king f3. Yes, maybe very slightly better for white, but not much. Wow. I thought white doesn't have anything, but I was wrong. White is actually better. But how did he manage to get this? Yes, and here after 92 he went back, knight f4. So e6. King f6. Yes, what is better? Yes, what are we having here? Yes, both players doesn't have time. So rook d3, d5. Should I play d5? Oh, but h3, h3 g4. White is threatening h3 g4. Maybe. d5, h3, knight e4, g4, bishop f7. No, I think black needs d5. Black needs d5. Will Jandos play d5? So knight g4 was played. Knight g4, decent move, threatening maybe some bishop g5 or knight e5. So Rinat went knight c6, attacking the bishop. So now, yes, knight e5 you can play. You can also go some bishop g5 check. It's very complicated, like... Of course, black doesn't have any problems, but how big is black's advantage? And how did Rinat like this knight d4 was played? Yes, queen b7, bishop b8 takes queen f3, and he went back. I see. No, bishop f6. Yes, you can. Bishop g5, king b1. So what's the point here? Knight e5 he wants, or what? Because I'm threatening this h3 g4. It's not a much, but at least something. And pawn is hanging, of course. So does he want to play bishop f4? Bishop f4 maybe. Rook b6. Okay, rook b6, decent move. If I take rook d6, I guess I'm losing my pieces after bishop f4. Let's see. But okay, I don't want also to go knight d4. So only 1 minute left for Rinat. So what should I do? Knight e7, but knight e5 comes and finishes the game. Knight e4, knight e5. No, rook d6, bishop f4, rook d4. Rook c6. Yes, rook d6 has been played. Bishop f4 should... No, bishop f4 finishes the game, no? Not? Rook d4, bishop e3, rook c4. And... no, but now you are completely pinned. And can I continue knight e3? Knight e3. My recommendation is to play knight e3. And he goes knight e3. The problem is you are completely tied. Rook e6, but rook e6, bishop f7 is there. No, dear friends, maybe, unfortunately for Jumabayev and Jumabayev's fans, he has very bad position, and especially with 30 seconds on the clock. Like, my very simple threat is to take the pawn on f5 and win the game. So you don't have moves with the knight because rook is hanging. Rook e6 was an attempt to unpin the pieces slowly. Let's see what did... he goes h4, but here I saw bishop f4. Bishop f4, what's the point? No, bishop f4 and game over, no? I can of course take knight f5 as well. So knight f5 also finishes the game. Only not knight g2 because of h takes g, but bishop f4, let's say the very obvious trick is being rook d4, rook c6. On bishop f4 you should play rook e6, but there bishop f7 is an option to play. Not knight g2, obviously. Knight f5 is a decent move, no doubts. Like, very good move. H takes g, knight d6. It forces you to play rook d5. Yes, there I'm having like bishop h4. I'm having knight f5 was played, rook d5. We will see. And yes, rook d5, and here knight h4, let's say, is an option. Bishop h4 is an option. I think Rinat's only chance is being that maybe there is no increment after 40 moves. Because with the increment, like another 30 minutes, so rook e6 was played. Yes, maybe a little bit better than what I was suggesting. And here I'm just taking the pawn on h4. Like with the knight, with the bishop. So my pieces are very powerful. And here, let's see, after queen b5, what did... yes, h6 was played, and here we are having... But my queen is not... And I don't like b3. Why Sebastian committed his position with b3? He wants to play... like in this position, he went b3. No, not b3. Because now bishop on c3 is very soft. And no way, no way. Queen e2. Oh, what a strategy. Happened with Nicholas. Yes, like queen c4 and you are much better. He played queen c1. Yes, to stop rook d1. Queen d3 by Jan. Rook c3, just huge blunder. Queen e2. And the problem is like no squares available for the queen, and rook d1 is coming. and just checkmate. Yes, very bad for him. So Nihal is much better. He can push his e-pawn. What are we having? Yes, white has all the chances to make a draw, and white is not worse. It seems like Aryan Chopra got something, and Aryan is winning. Aryan is winning, dear friends. He outplayed slowly, like he didn't have anything at all. But slowly he forced opponent to trade the queens. And it's not lost, it's just very slightly better for white. And the crucial mistake came 95, and this is maybe already unpleasant. And g4. If you take, then f takes g, and maybe later on h5. If you don't take, then g takes f4 is coming, and f5 he played. So here knight c7 is working, and some tactical ideas, and f4. Still, it was possible to go knight c6, sacrificing on a6. So he took, takes, and the problem is you are just losing your a6. Of course, Black Joseph will try, but he's having problems. Let's go to our game. And Pranov lost. And what are we having here? So knight h4 was played. Of course, it's completely winning. g3, knight f3, bishop g4, knight d2, bishop f3, and yes, Jandos won his game. Yes, it was a good prep by Rinat. I will of course check the opening, but later on it was very complicated, messy position, and didn't really find the strongest moves, and went on losing the game. And here we are having only 30 seconds. What a tension. So whose move? It's white to play? Yes, it's white to play. So any move, queen c2, queen c4 are fine. Of course not h4. The queen c8, oh, queen c8 you can go even. No, queen c8 of course. But king h7, even if I go queen h8, king g6. How do you... Queen b2, king h7. Anyway, Kirill goes. But let's say I go queen c2. Queen c2, queen g6, queen c8. I think white doesn't have problems at all. Probably black also. Like, yes, it's just around equal position. So we will just see. Yes, no increment seems like, dear viewers and dear friends, no increment after 40 moves, because otherwise Sebastian would take his time and try to understand. So queen g6 most likely is going to happen. Also king g8 is possible. Like yes, and will Kirill play queen e6? Will he go for move repetition? No doubts that white is happy with the draw. So will Kirill repeat the moves? Somehow he goes for something more. What a character and what a spirit. Queen f5. Many of us, including myself, would go queen e6 and repeat the moves, and but not Kirill. And it's not like he's better. The position is balanced, but he likes taking risks. No, but let's just pose some problems for Kirill. Rook d1, rook d1, because it's much easier to create some threats with the white pieces, I guess. So he just wants to play king g6, huh? This is his idea. Yes, queen h8, king g6, queen e8, queen f7, and probably Kirill doesn't want to take any more risks. And after queen e4, queen f5, he will but he still can go king h5. No, but I don't think king h5 is the move. Queen e4, queen f5, queen e8. Yes, Sebastian is taking his time. Queen e4. I don't think Kirill is going to play king h5. No way Kirill is going to play it. It's so risky. It's so risky. But maybe, you know, king is safe on h5. Maybe king is very safe on h5. Oh, Kirill goes for king h5. So what a character, guys. What a character. What a spirit by Kirill. So now rook e7 he does want in some positions. But okay. Can I continue like rook d1? Rook d1, knight f6, and but knight f6, rook d7. So rook d1, should we go rook d1 or should we play some, because rook e7 is a threat and quite unpleasant, I can say. Kirill goes and takes enough risks. Yes, I like this type of players. They are very brave. So rook d1, does knight c3 work? Not. Queen c2. Don't like much it, but knight e3, knight e3, and I think black is better after knight e3. Obviously black is better, and black even can afford trading the queens, after which king is quite well placed on h5 and very active. No, this I don't like. Let's see what's the evaluation. Rook d1 would have been the strongest, and here of course it's winning for Kirill already. It's winning for Kirill already, though it won't be very easy. It won't be very easy for him. So what are we having? Yes, Nihal is having very safe position. Like he is probably much better. Not sure about winning, but probably he is winning. Like I don't care much about this check. I will just go king f5, and even maybe I can already start going h4, h3. Why not? Wow, bishop e5. Bishop e5. Nice tactical idea. Rook e5, rook f4, and then king takes e5. But why h4 isn't working? h4 also works, and here I wanted to go this. But this is too risky. Like I don't have checks. And Alan is better. Alan is better side of this, but no, it's no way for Alan to win this game, because black simply can go to king 8. Yes, it's just theoretically drawish position, you sacrificed both your pawns and you go just king a8 is wrong corner for white. And let's see, he didn't see bishop e5. Even Nihal Sarin didn't see the tactical idea. Yes, it's completely lost. It's completely lost for Nogerbek. Because white is having extra pawn and better structure and better pieces, and Aryan won. Aryan won his game. And what are we having here? It's probably draw or at least evaluation is around equal. What are we having? Crumbling. Wow, she won. She won the game. So it was rook e1. Yes, decent move. Rook d8 takes with the king. Queen h5. Queen doesn't do anything on h5. Takes d3. Queen d4 is coming. And check and check and check and check and check and check and yes. Anna Crumbling won her game. What are we having? Yes, bishop f1 eventually was played. Takes bishop d3. Bishop takes d5. Of course, bishop a1 isn't working really because of rook e1. Yes, f3 was possible move, but didn't. Bishop c3 was played by Daniel. Rook d4. And game ended in a draw. What other games are we having? Wow. Why? French FM beat with the black pieces. Very strong player. I played like maybe more than 4 classical games and some blitz and rapid as well. So Sanal Vahap is very strong Turkish player. And let's see what happened in this game. Okay, some opening. 97 e4. Short castle. Knight d2. Knight h7. 97. Bishop is completely out of the game. Oh, he resigned. No, but it was yes, this we can more or less understand till this position. So if bishop e6, we are having very symmetrical position, so that's why knight d5 was played. But it turns out that knights are very flexible, and bishop on c4 doesn't do much, though still it's around equal. Oh, yes, g3 maybe too early, like king h2 would have been stronger. And black really prepares this f5 and f5. Yes, knights are very active, and f4 is a threat, like knight goes back and some concrete actions. Yes, good game by Rajat. What are we having? And he went knight e3, of course. No, he didn't. No, he played queen e6, like anyway, very strong move. Knight e3, knight f5, he went back, and like it's -4 almost. And rook e7, queen c2, knight e3, queen h3, knight f5. That would have been very, very strong. Like going knight e3, queen h3, threatening queen g2, rook g1, knight f5, knight g3. So he went this. He definitely wanted to go f takes g, but he missed that e pawn. And I think e3 as well, no? Yes. No, why he... No, let's see what Kirill is going... No, he will take a draw. And he's going to... no chance, I guess, because queen f5 is a huge... like improving move for white. Like, you don't have time for... Yes, and he is going to make a draw, of course. No, but he was winning. He could make a draw in many different ways. He tried. He went with the king to h5, and here he just went knight g3 for some reason. Like, position is so good, you can even trade the queens and still position is much better for you. But he thought that knight g3 wins the game, and probably he wanted to go f takes g and queen h2, but somehow didn't see that white can move his e pawn and then just cover h2 square. And yes, they are going to agree. Let me just check briefly. Do we have anything? Any updates? Anything? Like, probably nothing. Yes, and game is going to end in a draw. Yes. Now queen h2 and or queen h4, I guess it's the same. No, unfortunately for Kirill, and because he was already he got winning position but didn't. So we are having this position which is completely lost for Lamar. Yes, interesting fighting game for Nihal. It was not easy for him at all, because he went sacrificing a piece for a couple of pawns, but he managed to find the best moves and slowly equalized the position, and then already got chances for win. Yes, Alan and Praven, they agreed on draw. Varmerdam won his game against Nogerbek. Aryan Chopra won, so no, just rook takes a3. Kartik drew his game. Pranav lost. Let's see, how did he... So queen a8 instead of going f5. So why knight c4, rook d5 and moving the queen? So bishop c4, Pranav wants to protect the pawn, and he gives... No, but it's... Maybe it would have been better to keep a5 pawn and... so queen d2 and give d5. So queen b6, b4, knight d3. King is very exposed. That's the problem. Yes, recently I had similar let's say structure position against Abdi Salimov, and it was so hard to play because like opponent's king is very safe, and whatever they want they can do. And it's like takes it's queen b4, and another problem comes. pin along a file. Maybe some hops, but not really. Yes, bishop f1. Okay. Yes, and Kirill, they agreed in a draw. What else are we having? Yes, Jandos won, though we should say that Rinat had very interesting opening idea, which didn't work. I mean, it worked. He got better position. He got some advantage, but didn't find all the precise moves. Branov lost against Simon. Albornoz Cabrera ended game in a draw. Yufa drew his game. Kartik was much better, but game ended in a draw. Maxim Chigaev won. More or less easy game. Aryan Chopra managed to trick his opponent in the end of the game. Yes, till the end it was around equal. So Murzin drew his game with the black pieces. Aravind won very good game. Yes, only one game left, I guess, which is Nihal Sarin, but yes, why Lamar is not resigning? So King f4, he will go Rook c4, just King e3 also wins, any move wins. Let's see. Fedosiev won. Fedosiev won his game. Very, very strong player. Russian player. Yes, Oro Faustino. The young, very young, maybe not even 10 years old Argentinian player with whom I had opportunity to play some friendly blitz games in Barcelona. Yes, who else? Like many decent players. Yes, should I try to play some? Let's see if we go to chess.com. If we go to login. Yes, let's see. So play. Just want to see my board and my screen. Can you see it or not? More seconds. I think it's fine. Yes. Yes. Okay, whom play 3 minutes like randomly. settings, try games, players, all players. Niall Sarn is online, but he's playing his but Hans is playing or not? Hans is probably playing. No, Hans isn't. Hans is not playing. Oh, I'm playing. Yes, I'm playing Barat. Okay, let's go knight f3. He's very fast, very strong. So knight c3, e4, b5 he will play. No, let's take bishop c4. So let's go short castle, takes. And what should I do here? I should start developing my pieces. Like, I think rook e1 is the move here. I think knight e5 is possible move to go. And I think queen g4 is possible move to go. Yes, and what's the move? Knight f7 is not working. Bishop f4 is an option. So which move should I play? Okay, let's try bishop g5. Will he go f6? I don't think. I don't think f6 works because knight g6, h takes g, queen h3 is there at least. So knight f6, I'm ready. I'm ready and happy. I will go queen h4 or queen e8. He goes queen e8. Of course, he plays the strongest move. So what should I do now? So knight f7 is not working. Should I play any of these moves like bishop d3? No, let's say queen h3 I go. Queen h4. Let's say this. So my idea is to play bishop d3 if f6. So bishop e5 I will take d takes c, I'm fine. Knight e5 d takes c, I'm fine. f6 bishop d3 I will play. So it's without increments, so I should be very careful. So bishop d3 I guess I should play. Or let's say bishop b3, okay. Rook e4, rook e4 I'm threatening. f5, rook e4, let's go rook e4. I think bishop f6 also was maybe possible. But maybe not. Now bishop f6 is a threat, but of course rook h4 is coming. f6, rook h4, f5, rook h4, bishop e5, even bishop h5, e5, rook h4 is coming. Might come at least. No, but rook h4. No, this is like I see the win. I see the win. Rook h6, g takes h, queen h6, king g8. So bishop c2 is possible, but I go bishop f6. He should take. I go bishop c2. Game over. Dear friends, let's go. I'm blundering probably something, but maybe not. Maybe not, or wow. One blunder, two mistakes. So yes. Maybe it's the best time to to finish our first stream by winning against such a strong player, Barat. Okay, thank you very much, dear friends. Yes, we covered, at least we tried to cover Menorca Open round 4. I know that we didn't touch the topic of main tournament for the April and for the every chess player candidates tournament, but I'm sure like many chess platforms, including chess.com, will cover them. Will cover the tournament, and it will be very interesting to follow. And thank you very much. So how do I finish my stream? Stop streaming, I guess. You will not be able to reconnect. Your stream will stop and you will no longer be live.